Good morning, friends.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah. So yesterday we wanted to cover these topics. We covered only timers and controllers. Still we are left with the controllers. Anyhow, today we will continue with this. We'll wait for some more time for others to join. I hope you have studied about precise throughput controller, but I'm not going to ask that because it takes our time. First, let us go through our topics, then we discuss about such things. Okay. Any questions, friends? Because we are on almost a fifth day of our discussion on JMeter. By now, you might have got some idea about what we can do with JMeter, and you might have also understood what other information or knowledge we need to use JMeter. Okay. More than JMeter components, we discussed many other topics which were not mentioned in our course outline. And you also have understood why they are important. And without the knowledge of HTTP, without the knowledge of browser, we cannot understand JMeter's functionalities and JMeter's some parameters which we have to set in each element of JMeter. What are the elements? Samplers are one type of elements. Timers are one type of elements. Config elements, configuration elements are there. Okay, some listeners are there. Till now we have used only view results tree, and we have used a few timers, and we have used some controllers. Today we learn controllers. The name suggests we control the activity. So JMeter represents the activity in the form of samplers. So we are understanding only HTTP samplers. To understand JMeter, we have focused our understanding from HTTP protocol point of view. We will see in other classes how to create load on APIs. So for that, we have to have some knowledge of post processors, and we have to have knowledge of JSON responses. First of all, we have to understand responses. We have not worked with responses. Okay, so we have to understand the responses, the other part, post processing. Still, we are in the pre-processing only, creating activities, representing our activities with samplers. Okay, so we have to understand parameterization. We have to understand variables. We have to understand JMeter functions, JMeter properties, and some programming logic with Groovy or Java or JavaScript. Many things are there. Okay, but I hope we cover. Any questions, friends? Any question? Because it's not that easy to grasp in one go whole of JMeter. You will be having many questions. Okay, so very basic questions, right? You will be having many basic questions unless until you have some knowledge of some other performance tools. If you are first time encountering this type of tool and the performance domain concepts, you will be having many questions, many doubts. Why this, why that, what we can do. The overall picture is JMeter is helping us to create the load. How? By avoiding the client process. By avoiding the client process, for communication purpose, we have to implement the client process related functionalities. So we are doing that in context of browser. We are having a header manager, cookie manager, cache manager, and when we are dealing with hundreds of requests, so we can have some defaults. Like instead of adding domain name in all the requests, we can have domain name in one location, that is HTTP header defaults. Okay, I will again touch these topics in the next session. So first let us understand and let us have an overall idea of what we can do with JMeter. So we should be able to create some basic scenarios, understand threads, ramp ups, loops, and we are having controllers, timers, we understand logs, such things. Okay. Any question before others join us, right? 18 have joined us. So another few. Somebody tell me what is runtime controller? See from the help. Loop controller we have seen. There is a runtime controller. What controllers we have seen yesterday?
Loop controller.
Which controller?
Loop.
Your voice is breaking, Shivne.
Loop controller.
Only loop controller. We have seen only loop controller, right? Okay.
Another one is
Which controller? Okay. See, there are many controllers. Okay. I hope. First, let us understand what is a controller. We have understood what is a controller. So instead of simply running what is recorded, if we want to control, our question should be why we have to control. See, first we know we have learned how to create the load. And to simulate the real user behavior, we have introduced some timers. We have understood timers, right? And to introduce browser's behavior, we are having cache, headers, cookies, such things. And some more things are there which we have to learn. It will deal with dynamic data. It will execute JavaScripts. All these browser functionalities, our JMeter will not execute. Our JMeter simply records what's going out of the browser and what comes to the browser. What happens inside that browser, JMeter by default will not represent in your scripts. You have to add that with other elements. Okay. Now, we have used one loop controller, I think. If controller we have not used. Okay. Logic controller, simple controller. Let us add one sampler.
Can you please see the screen?
Sharing, na? 1 minute, I'll do that. I think. Okay. Okay. 1 minute. So I am creating one test plan. I many times highlighted this test plan can be called as scenario also. Normal definition of scenario is the parallel activities. So normally when you see over a period of time, your flats window onto the road below, you will see a scenario. Somebody will be crossing the road, somebody will be starting the vehicle, somebody will be parking the vehicle, somebody will be overtaking the vehicle, right? So you will see many activities during the period of that time. So if you have observed from 9 o'clock in the morning to 9:15, 15 minutes time, during that 15 minutes time, you will observe many different activities which happens parallelly by different users. All will not happen with a single user. If the single user has to perform all those activities, he has to do in sequence. If all activities have to happen parallelly, means there is a parallel consumption of the resources. What resources there on the road? Space resource. So the parallel utilization of the resources by multiple users. Same when we observe our system, when some business is happening between 9 o'clock and 9:30 a.m. in the morning, what type of activity happens? Somebody will be logging in, somebody will be downloading something, somebody will be clicking on the mail and checking, somebody will be responding to the mail, right? somebody might be checking the status of the system, somebody might be uploading some data. See, all are parallel activities. For all these parallel activities to happen, we need some resources, different types of resources. And those resources we understand from the business point of view. How many database records are getting updated? How many are doing logging in? How many are withdrawing the amount? How many accounts are updated? Something like this. So from the business point of view, we can see the activity. Same at the low level, for the logging activity to happen, some CPU resources may get utilized, memory may get utilized, network may get utilized. So our intention as a tester is to find which activities are affecting some other activities. So we might be interested in one activity, like withdrawal activity, and somebody might have told us that that should happen in 5 seconds, not more than 5 seconds. So we test it. We found that it is happening in 10 seconds. Now we have to find why it is happening in 10 seconds. And we have understood we get delay only when some resources are not available. Now we have to find which resources. To understand which resources directly, we cannot understand from the low level. It will be very difficult. So we will see what parallel business activities are happening. Parallelly, logins are happening, logouts are happening, withdrawals are happening, some accounts updations are happening, some downloadings are happening. We have to find which are those activities affecting our withdrawal activity. That is our main objective in using the load runner. So to do that, we have to create a scenario. One thing is, when scenario is already happening, we can go and measure. See, bank transactions are happening between 9 and 9:30. So I can go to an ATM and take a stopwatch, start the stopwatch, perform the actions of withdrawal. I can measure the time. If I want average, I will do 10 times, 20 times, I will get the average. There ends my job. But if I want to simulate this activity of 9 and 9:30, because 9 and 9:30 a.m. In a day, only once it comes. But for testing purposes, we have to simulate that resource consumption multiple times. So we understand the scenario and we construct the scenario. That is what I am doing now here. Okay. This is, I can say, Blaze demo scenario. By default, he says test plan. Okay, I named this as Blaze demo scenario. Okay, now I can name these groups, you know that, and I have to give the comments also. We have understood if any sample, because this thread group will have many activities, and we assign that to multiple groups, multiple users. So during the process of execution of this activity, for some reasons, a user may fail. It is not I should not use the word fail. Fail, when the word fail can be used, when I do some comparison. Here we call it as an error. In testing, we use the word pass or fail. In the context of JMeter or performance, there is nothing like pass or fail. Failure also is a data for me to analyze. If something is failing, I will be happy. I will be knowing, I will be having some pointer there to know which some resource is not available. So here we don't call something as failure. Failure means, of course, we do some assertions here. When I do some comparison, when the response time took less than 20 seconds is pass, more than 20 seconds is fail. There what I am having a criteria, I am comparing. When the comparison fails, when the actual behavior doesn't match with the expected behavior, then I can say it is failing. Here we call it as an error. I could not perform the action for my errors in the protocol my errors. Protocol means I might not have submitted the right data which the protocol accepts, or some resource is not available. So I could not complete my activity. I cannot do my activity. Right? So such non-capability in doing some activity because of some reasons, we can call it as an error. So when error comes, what I have to do? It depends on you. You can choose. How you can choose this? You should know your application's functionality, whether you can stop, whether you can continue, whether you can start the next loop, such things. I think we have discussed this yesterday, and these are the things. Okay, this is a simple controller. We are learning controllers. This is a simple controller means it doesn't have any functionality. Simply, for we have understood from the beginning, just for grouping purpose, I can give the name also. So I can say here what activities are there. I can say something like login, Blaze, Blaze login or login, because we are working on Blaze only. Blaze. Okay. Now this is Blaze demo URL. So I can specify the protocol. Sometimes default it will take HTTP. I'll say blazedemo.com slash. Okay. So you have added. I will add another. This time this is login. What is the earlier of the URL? This is, what is the one? This one. Okay. This I say login. So see blazedemo.com slash login. Okay. Like this, I can add. Okay, leave it. Now, I can make this run multiple times. This also you have understood. Why I have to run multiple times with multiple users, say 10 users, 5 loops. I want to measure something and I have to apply statistics knowledge to derive some information from the data. Normally to calculate average, standard deviation. So I'll do this and this. I will put it in a transaction controller. Yesterday we have seen loop controller. I'll see transaction controller. Select, right click, insert a parent. Means for all these elements, a parent will be added. Means a transaction controller, whatever controller is there, that will be added. And these will be made childs to that element. Transaction controller. Now, this is login transaction. Login transaction. Generate parent sample or include duration of timer and pre-post processors in generated sample. Now I can have timers. Add one constant timer. Say something like 300 seconds. Okay. Constant timer for URL. Now, why we have added the timer? To simulate the real user behavior from the user point of view, or to relax our resources. Rate of consumption of the resources I can control with the timer. If I send with delays my requests, my system's resources utilization will be slow. When I have to remove these timers, if I want to create spike of loads, if I want to check the resources utilization, or if I have to narrow down some utilization, if I have to narrow down some resource, so if I want to stop the availability of the resource to some activity, I can create like this, right? I can add, I can remove the timers, I can run in the loop. Okay, now the question here is login transaction generate a parent sample, means it will generate login trans name and also the time taken for each element. We will see that practically. Now, there can be many timers. There can be a lot of other things, pre-processors, post-processors. We will understand this. Means pre-processors means before executing this sample, you would like to do something. Post-processing means after executing this request, you get the response. You would like to do something on that response. That is post-processing. What the timers are doing, almost like pre-processing one. It's not processing. Before executing that statement, that request, we introduce some delay. Okay. Now, here, this is the thread group. This is the simple controller. This is the thread group. 5 users, something. So login, there is one transaction. At the thread group level, let us add one listener. Okay, run this. So how many times it will run? 10 times. How many times the time will be measured for this activity? 50 times, because 10 users, they repeat this by 5 times, means 50 times we start the clock, end the clock, start the clock, end the clock, and we measure these activities. Okay, and here we are not including in our measurements the timer. Timer we are delaying, but the time taken for this and this activity only will be measured. If you want, you can choose this. So run this. Let us name this as Blaze transaction. Yeah. Transaction controller. You see now, login trans. These are all the trans. If you click on this, you will see how much time it took. How much time it took. We will get the graph also. We'll see that later. See, login trans. Okay. So if you don't give the name, we cannot understand what it is, right? So I have given login trans. See, it is finished. So 50 times it might have measured. Okay. So basically the transaction is this much only, it measures. So for example, I want to measure, I'm clicking on the transaction again. Generate parent sample. Click here. Now I reduce the users. I reduce this to 5 users, and looping, I reduce it to 2. प्रसाद क्लास में हूँ तेरे पास. Okay. Now I'm running this. Clear, view result stream, run. And when I expand this, time taken for this also is measured. This is the time taken for this. and time taken for this. So we have generated only the parent. What is the one transaction is there in this? One login trans. Only that is generated. It is not, it has not logged in here the other things. See? And you can see the parent and these are the childs. So total transaction took this much time. Okay, see here. So in total response, number of samples in transactions 2, number of failing samples 0, all samples are pass, type is this, error count 0, okay, body size is this much for the whole transaction. Byte sent is 10K bytes, size in bytes, sent bytes is 486, total bytes is this. No latency, connection time is 21 seconds, 21 milliseconds. Load time is 1515. Okay, this is the started this thing. Now see the same for Blaze URL. Connection time is same for this, but load time is, you can see earlier it was 15. That includes for both. This is for this only. And for this, the sent bytes is 238. For total transaction, it is 486. For this, it is 280, like this. Header size is this much. Body size is this much. And what is the request? This is the request. What is the response? This is the response. For this, you will not be having any request. So there is nothing like this is only a measurement. But these are the samplers. And if I want to, sometimes what happens, there can be a big transaction and you would like to measure sub transactions also. So you can mark the transactions anywhere. So for example, here in this, I want to measure the time taken for logging, multiple logins, right? But here 10 logins. So what I do, I introduce here one, add, insert parent, loop, one loop controller. I will put this 5 times. Each user will run this 5 times. And again, I right click, insert parent, transaction controller. This is loop login 5, something, trans. So under transaction controller, there is a loop controller. Under loop controller, I'm having login. Now, this login includes, okay, generate parent sample only. Okay, here also I'm having generate parent sample only. In both cases, I'm not including the duration. So run this. Now see what has happened. Now, this is the login. Main transaction is login transaction. We have generated the parent for this. Now expand this. Now what we wanted, one big login transaction is there. We wanted to see sub transactions. Here it is. Login transaction. Expand this, you have this. So you can see here, you don't have any request for this. Okay, this is a transaction. You can see, okay, thread name. So this is the transaction. In this, 5 times I have executed the login. 5 times I have executed the login. So this transaction time here is 425 for loading. Okay. So headers, this is the total. You can see the single one also. Okay. you have to analyze, because with different combinations of the controllers, timers, looped controllers, you will get a complex scenario. So don't go by the features of the JMeter. You have to understand what is your requirement. My requirement was I wanted to measure the time taken for the login, and each user has to repeat that login 5 times. I might be having my own reason. There is no any defined reason for this. I am doing the analysis. I suspected and I hypothesized some behavior in my application. I thought like continuous logins is affecting the resources. It may getting the degradation, or it might not be clearing the memory allocations. Garbage collection is not happening. I might be having many reasons. So I will run the scenario like this and I will infer something. Always there is no need that I infer. If somebody questions why you are doing this, I will do because I am analyst. I will be having my own scenarios, right? So I will not be responsible for somebody's question, because I have to analyze, and finally my answer should be where the problem is. I will do many things. I will create 10 scenarios, 20 scenarios. I will create multiple transactions, sub transactions. There are no rules. But finally, my suggestion to where to improve the resources, right? Where to tune the resources, what code is the problem is with the code or with the resources, these things. Okay. So just I'll give 5 minutes, mark the transactions and see. This comes under controller, transaction controller. Okay. See, one more before running this, I will add one more listener. View results table is there. View results in table. This gives you some more information like thread name, login name, something like this. Okay. Sample. I run this. See here. So this is the tabular form. If I see only login transparency is there. Now I do one thing. I uncheck this. Now I get in the sample table a lot of data. Spend some time. You also add one results table, view results tree, scroll to the right and see what information is there. You can save this into a table. Okay. Only successes, only failures, only errors. We can filter and see. This is for analysis purpose, right? We can configure these, what we want, save elapsed time, save what to save into the file, right? We can save all this. Okay, we'll discuss this. We are learning controllers now. So we have added one transaction controller. Yesterday, we have added in this loop also. Now we see many more controllers. Now, how much time it is taking to complete this activity is not in my hands. See, actually, when I collect the data, this time, see, it is changing time. It is not same for Blaze demo URL also. You can see there is a variability. See, it is 1811 only. Here it took 12 or 1266, 1811, 15. See, and this also it is varying. We have understood yesterday or day before yesterday that the availability of the resources will be random to an activity. So to overcome this randomity, we use statistics. So the randomness we nullify using the statistics techniques like standard deviation, averaging. We collect more and more data, right? So the value which occurs most of the time, these are all averages only. This is not a single value, right? All are averages. Byte sent, byte received, latencies, all are averages. Right? Now, sometimes this time taken for these transactions should have information about the activities from 9 o'clock to 9:30 a.m., half an hour duration. Means I have to run this activity and I have to run these transactions. I have to measure the transaction from 9 o'clock to 9:30 a.m., half an hour, half an hour. Yes, please. For half an hour, I have to collect the data. How I can run for half an hour? One method is choose here and run for duration. I can run for time, this much time. So the whole thing, whole activity will run for that much time, half an hour time. Okay. I can increase the time. So the whole thread, all the users inside this group will run for that much time. But we don't want that. Here, see, I have ran this for, I have used a loop controller. I ran this for 5. I may finish it within no time. See, for example, I need to have a login activity continuously for half an hour. So what I can do is, parallelly, I will add one more group. One more group. Okay. And add into this a simple controller. Under this, I will add one login. I copy this login. Okay. Okay. To this, I add one runtime controller. What is this, you see? How many seconds you want to run this sample? Here, no need to give the looping. If I give loop, it may end in some time. But I will choose the how long it has to run. That is a runtime controller. I will choose like I want to run for 10 minutes. 10 minutes means 6,000 milliseconds. So this will run for 10 minutes. Okay, 60 seconds, 60 into 10, 60,000 milliseconds. Sorry, 6,000. Correct? Huh? Wrong. 600. 60, 600 seconds. Means 10 minutes. So this will run for that much time. So I'll just disable this group. I will run only this group. Okay, let us see. Instead of that much long time, I will make this to 1 minute. Okay, 60 seconds. Now I add one result string. Copy result string. See, separately, I will not explain you. You can cut, copy, paste, and same login sample you can copy and paste here. Cut. All these are self-explanatory. You can understand. While performing the this activity, you observe what I am doing. Right? I can move like this. I can drag like this. Right? You can see that line. It will come here. Okay. You just do some practice. Okay. Now I'm running this. I have disabled. So when parent is disabled, by default, all the children will be disabled. So why we need to do this? Because I will do analysis. I will create a scenario. So I will observe the data. Sometimes I will switch on some parallelly, I will run some groups. I will run only one group. So I can control. So basically, I need to get some information for my analysis purpose. So I run this. It has to run for 1 minute. Check it, 10:15. It has to run for 10:16. You also do this. Add controllers, add runtime controllers. Imagine what I can do. To imagine, first your objective should be clear. Why I have to do this? I have to collect the data over a period of time. That data should reflect the availability of the resources. Okay, do it fast. Just create a scenario. It will refresh in your learning. There are many controllers. If controller is there, while controller is there. Slowly, they become complex because they provide more facilities, right? And one for each controller is there, switch controller is there, module controller is there, include controller is there. So many are there. So to do that, we will learn some more things like logging so that it will help us. But you finished this. So I think it has finished. 10:16, 1 minute it has ran. See? Okay. I should have added the table also. So if I do the copying, it will not. See, if I do this, nothing is there. The data is not collected and it is not presented. The listener is not generated. If I run this, you will get the data. See, for example, this is now at the sample. See the dotted lines. I will explain you what are these dotted lines. So runtime controller, I will run this for half minute, 30 seconds. Okay. Now table. Clear. You can see the time also when it is getting executed. See here. Okay. I'll give 1-2 minutes time. You just create this type of scenario and run 2-3 minutes quickly. We will learn some logging in. Of course, we'll come back to the controller. To learn controllers, we need some more like what is a counter, right? And how to log variables. We'll have that now information, and then we come back to the controllers. Of course, we are in the controllers topic only. Why controllers are important? Because they control the activity. Means we are controlling the resource utilization in the system. So by controlling the resources utilization, we will understand which resource is responsible for bottlenecks or degradations. Okay. So we need to have a good understanding and practical implications of choosing different controllers. Okay. Just try. Everybody try. Just add, run. You create this type of results. Otherwise, slowly it become complex. I will be back in 2-3 minutes. मेरे फोन को चार्जिंग लगाओ क्लास करता है मैं लगा के जाके सो गया निकाल दीजिए लगाओ Okay, friends, we'll continue with our discussion. Now, I'll take another scenario. See, assuming that you have done this exercise, you have understood some controllers, I'm proceeding with my discussion. So, right click. Of course, I can add threads, okay, thread group. Always we need, because the activity we group in the thread groups. Now, see, you can see, if you click on test plan, you have some user defined variables here. And when I click here, there are many fields. I can enter the values. So when I add some some controller, it's having some fields, some names, right? These are all fields where I can edit. Now right click, I add one sampler. There are many fields here. You can see I can edit. I can add some data, paths, URLs. Now, see, for example, I am having some different data, for example, like I will add this multiple times, copy, control V, like this. Now, here I can manually type www.blazedemo.com. Here I can type differently something. Okay, www.blazedemo.com, but here /login. Okay. Now, if I run and save this test and run, always this data will be constant. So I will add lot of functionalities here, lot of transactions, loop controllers, timers, logic. But that same logic, I would like to use this for Blaze demo production server, Blaze demo something test server, development server. So like this, I may have this 100 requests like this. So if I want to change this URL, I should not go and edit all these 100 requests. So we can parameterize. How we can parameterize? There are many methods of parameterizing. We start with this test plan here. I'll add, click. I will say my URL. See here, www.blazedemo.com. Okay, close. Now add my page 1. Okay, slash login. Okay. So there are two parameters. See here, I sometimes use the word parameter, sometimes I say variable. Okay. Just okay. Something is slow. So say parameters. Variables. Normally, you can understand parameters is data without referring to the type of data. This will have the type reference. Okay. So in the languages where a type is important, use the variables, parameters. But don't remember this, just I have given you some inputs, because parameters can be embedded inside a string, and parameters are referred using dollar curly brace. I can embed this, like there is a class called log info. I can say my customer name is dollar curly brace CNAME. I can put like this. See, this is in strings. I can embed the parameter inside a string. I can do that only when I am not referring to the type. This can have numerical value or anything. Same parameter, I can refer using one class called vars.get CNAME. Imagine I have added here another parameter called CNAME. Krishna. So there are three parameters, and I can use this in any sample of my test plan. Anywhere I can use this. Let us see that. Say for example, first I will show it here. I will use dollar my URL. Here dollar my URL dollar my page. What is this? I will use normal blazedemo.com. Okay. So here my URL. This something. So let us add one view results. Clear this. Let us say test plan parameters at test plan. Something is wrong here. Why? my page. I don't, what is there? It is my page 1. Okay. So, okay, let us see. So HTTP request, see, Blaze demo is sent. HTTP request, Blaze demo, but my page variable is not there. So I got the error. Okay. Some error. Response code. Okay. Now, for this, it is Blaze demo. It has gone. Now I change this. Okay. I change this to my page 1. Run this. Request, request, request. Now, if I want in future, I want to change this to google.com. Okay. Google.com. Okay. Now here, this will fail now. Login might not be there. Let us see, run. Okay. So this now is google.com. This has failed because there is nothing like login here. HTTP request, it is working. Do it. Add something quickly. Practically, you do add some URLs. Okay. And one more also I'll give. I can add one another type of sampler is there. JSR 223 sampler, which supports JavaScript, Groovy, JXL, many things, many languages. Okay. So it is a shell. Earlier we used to have a bean shell, but for many reasons of performance and other supports, we are now not using bean shell sampler. We can use this also. Let us first start with J because this is going to get deprecated also. So JSR sampler. So here you can see the languages which it supports. You can execute some logic here, code. You can import Java classes. You can create objects, JSON parsing objects, requests, many things. Okay. And see, it supports Java, JXL, edit, JavaScript by default, all this. Okay. We'll understand. Now, you can have a script file also. It overwrites the script here. So you can see here, this script, I can use some variables, context, wheres, props. We have understood JMeter is a Java application. So it is built on OOPS concepts. Everything is a class. Everything is an object created with these classes. So if you want to access the functionality of an object, you have to create a variable of that class of that type. Some variables were already initialized in the JMeter, like CTX, wheres, props, sample result. Means we can work on sample result. We can work on some properties. We can use these wheres. Context means a thread context, thread group context. We can get our context of this test and I can access a lot of things from this. Log, file name, parameters like this. So I will use this log. There are many levels in the logging. I will use info level, log.info. Customer name is curly brace, CNAME, curly brace closed. No need to enter semicolon also. If you enter also, no problem. Okay. I also can use log.info. My current URL is plus vars.get my URL. Okay. Run this. So to view these logs, you can on the upper right corner, you can have this, you can click show the number of errors in log. Click the open log viewer. See, this is the open log. Sorry, this is the open log viewer. Okay. Now I run this. So to identify, let us put some, because a lot of data will be there to just quickly identify. Customer name is Krishna. My current URL is google.com. And here this is failed because of this. So what I do here, I remove this. Do this, friends. So we have learned one, we had some introduction on JSR 223. Here I can have some code, any code, Java code, JavaScript code, JXL code, anything. It recognizes. It is Groovy. Groovy is almost like Java without type and syntax constraints. It is almost like a scripting language, but with all Java facilities. That is Groovy language. Groovy. Okay. Groovy, Groovy, this one. So scripting language like Groovy, Bean Shell, JavaScript, JXL, all can be used here. Okay. There are many updations, some problems you will face. I will explain you the known problems. Not problems, the way we have to use. Sometimes we get the question like why we have to use like this. Okay. Now I added some variables at the test plan level. So I can use this anywhere. See, I will create another group. I'll create another group. In this, I add one logic controller. In this, I add one JSOR sampler. I'll say, see, log.info reporting customer name from thread group 2 dollar curly brace CNAME curly brace double quotes close, because it is a string. See, run this. To differentiate, I'll add something. See, you are thinking with the design, we'll understand this should come in the last, right? But this has started, all will start parallelly. This guy has reported first. Customer name from thread group to Krishna. Do this quickly.
I have a question here. Where have you given the value of CNAME, customer name?
Same here in the test plan.
Yeah, just a second.
Click on test plan.
Okay, got it.
You use both this dollar sign and where's.get. During runtime, you can modify also. See, where's.put CNAME as Salman. Okay. Now I print log.info new customer name is, right. I can use where's dot get cname. So run this. See, before modifying, customer name is Krishna, then I changed it to Salman Khan. It is not permanent. I repeat this again. Okay. During runtime, I can modify the data. So this is what I have done. I can access this normally like a parameter also. Log.info. Okay. Dollar CNAME. Okay. See, this is how it behaves. See, it has got without modification. This where's.get variable, it got updated. But if I access this directly, it has access to from there. 1 minute. These things you have to remember. Now it will throw error. Okay, if you see, you cannot here errors. You got errors. Okay. New customer name is after that you got the error. Script sampler error because the parameter only can be no such property Krishna for class script, something like this. So parameters we embed. But we are not updating this. If you want to update, if you put if where's.put can be updated during runtime. So this is a location, there is a variable memory location, right? So this is like a pointer location. Okay. Now I run this, you can see the difference. That is why I told you this is having one way of performing. But that is also parameter that also should get updated, but it is not getting updated here. So this is a tool. They have provided us one facility. We have to learn and use that facility accordingly. I give more inputs in the process of learning about this JSR 223. It is a powerful sampler. Most of the logic, everything you do it here. Okay, do it fast. Understand all these things.
I had one question.
Yeah.
Actually, in view results tree, when I was checking the results, like the pass result, for vars.get, I was not getting the value. But then for that dollar sign variable name, I was getting the value. Why is it so like that? Yeah, over here.
Here, right?
Vars, yeah.
So here we can use the parameters and the logging we are doing here in the log viewer. See, that is what I told you. JSR 223 sampler is having its own behavior. So we have to learn, okay, it will do like this. It is not evaluating there, right?
Okay.
I will
Okay.
give more inputs later slowly, right? A lot of things are there related
Okay.
to this. That is why I told you that JSR 223 sampler, there are no rules. JMeter has created that sampler. And over the period of time, it is changing and evolving into different functionalities. So I
Okay.
will explain you what is a parameter and what is a variable. I gave some introduction. parameter is without data type. It's a pointer location. This
Okay.
vares.get is actually a class, Java class, right? Java class, it is saving the data for us. That is the reason why you see here also, when I printed with parameter notation $, I am not getting the data because these vars.get are available at the runtime. I'll give more inputs. A lot of things are there. For now, just understand this. JSR 223 is developed by JMeter for some functionalities purpose. It will evolve. It is changing since for 3.0. They had bean shell. Now they removed the bean shell. They are asking us to not to use bean shell because of performance issues. And here they have introduced cache. See, so with cache, without cache, the behavior changes. We can actually, he recommends to use the parameters here to overcome such problems, right? He will say that don't use var.get here. Use the parameters. I'll explain you. But we are focusing now on controllers, right? So to understand controllers, I needed some help of these samplers, logging, counters or something. So I deviated from my topic. So we are still in controllers. We will talk more about this Groovy all when we learn about post processors, where we read the response and do some logic. When we read the responses, JSON responses of from APIs, we will focus more and do more exercises on this JSR 223 using Groovy. For now, you understand it is designed by somebody. We have to use it.
Okay.
There is nothing like why it is happening like that. It works like that, right? Because internally they are using different classes, might be the design problems. So he has given us the facility of using parameters here. We will see that later. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just make a note of it. JSR 223 is a sampler designed for to provide us some functionality in the tool. So we can make use of it. So it supports all languages. Okay. Now, everybody did this? Understood? You experiment, you will understand. Just type and execute. No, you asked some question, I answered something. Oh, what you asked, like in view tree, what you are expecting?
Is it for me again?
Yes, yes. You said like in view tree, I'm not checking, seeing something like that. What you are not
Yeah.
seeing?
I mean, I thought I'll get the result for vas.get also. Like, for example, in the
So
above, you're
you are
getting
meaning
Krishna.
this one. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this
So
is
the
actually
similar
a request
pattern I
body.
will
No?
get here.
Okay.
Okay.
Some behavior is
Okay.
there, but basically this is a request body only. But this got evaluated here. This didn't got evaluated. This is only showing you request body, and it gets evaluated when it runs actually. This is inside, it has fetched it. Okay, I will give more inputs on this.
Yeah, I mean, I thought like then why two ways are given over here, and then what will be the cases in future, like in scripting, like where we have to use vars and where we have to use that dollar sign.
That anyhow
That
I'll
I
explain.
was thinking. Yeah.
That I, because normally we also think like it should get evaluated, because here it is showing only the request body. But the question comes why it is evaluating then the parameter. So here the parameter and variable concept slightly differs. That is the reason why in the initial only I have written separately what is parameter and what is variables, right? We get these doubts. We expect something, we expect the behavior, but it will not be like that. So we have to remember like where to use vars and where to use parameters. So we have a discussion on this. We'll do that. Okay. First, let us understand the other things. The JMeter related things we'll understand. Okay, friend. Now,
I have a question here. I'm not able to see this results in my view results tree for JSR223 sampler.
click on this request now.
I'm not getting that option. See, I
No,
can see my other requests are there, Blaze demo login, Blaze. But this JSR223 sampler, I'm not seeing this option here.
this you should be because request response request. This is the sample result. You click on the request body like this. You click on this
Yeah,
object. This
in that under text, I'm not seeing that JSR223 option.
where under
I think
text
I'm
here.
missing left side.
Here,
Yeah.
you might not have ran that. You might have disabled it. Condition might be some condition. Check it. Because I have added one thread group. You might have disabled because you might not have executed. Some logic might be there. Check whether you are executing or not.
So in the
Or, or one
JSR223,
more
I
thing.
have added
You
two
might not have
sentences
added.
log.info.
You might not have added with a view results tree for that group. You might be clicking on view results tree of some other thread group. So many things you might have gone wrong. See where I have created through thread groups, right? And I am having, I don't see here in my thread group. See, if I see the view results tree, this is different, this is different. This gives me the view of the activities of this group only. If you want to see both, then you should have view results tree at the test plan level. Of course, I have not explained you the hierarchies and the scopes, right? Which we have to learn. But for now, you understand. You are able to see now. You understood your problem.
I need to
Yeah, try
add
it.
another view results
Yes,
tree.
you have to add because that group is different. This group might be different.
So you have added at the thread level,
I
right?
have
Thread group
added,
level.
but see, I'm not viewing this. If I want to view this, I have to add this also. Paste. Now I will see this.
Let me do the
Now,
same.
now earlier we had only this. I clicked on this view. This JSR2, that is why give different names, right? Then it will be clear to you. Don't take the JSR223.
Okay, now I'm able to see with the 500 error.
Thread 1. This one TG2, thread group 2. You should get some questions like, can't I parameterize this? So instead of I may have JSR so many, I will execute this for multiple threads. I would like to see the messages from thread 1, thread 2 of thread group. Okay, we are having all the facilities, right? I just run this again. View results tree. See, now you can differentiate. This results tree is different. This is TG1. So give proper names. Don't use HTTP request, JSR. Don't give the default names. Otherwise, you will understand wrongly the results.
Mastan, can you expand the third record?
Which one?
The third from the view results tree.
Which result? I am having two results trees. I should have named this. This one view
No,
results tree of
the
TG1.
current one. The current one and the third HTTP request.
Okay.
Can you click on that plus? Here I can see, I mean, the two records. So why these two records getting generated for this?
We discussed a lot of things about this because these are the requests made by the browser, embedded resources. They were redirected, something like that. See, we have sent www.blazedemo.com. From there, it got redirected. See, the other two requests were made. This is HTTP, it has added. Then HTTPS. What is my request is this. See, one thing is I got redirected, or see the response, not response here. So multiple, this request is divided into these multiple requests. Means when the browser receives at that time, we didn't got the response directly from www.blazedemo.com. That was sent to http blazedemo.com. From there, it was redirected to https blazedemo.com. So at the time of recording, it has identified these requests going out of the from the response. Actually, here our JMeter acting on our behalf like a browser. Right? These are redirects actually. Simply remember, these are the redirects. Okay.
So this can happen with any request, you mean?
If there are redirects, you send a request to the server, but that is not there. You are redirected to some other. From there, you are redirected. We have seen like here, see, follow redirects. Because of this, it comes. Uncheck it, you will not get it.
Okay. I'll try it.
Yeah. That is why the discussions, previous discussions are important. We talked a lot about protocols. We talked about browsers. We discussed about many things, cookies, headers, so many things. So now you will slowly realize, when we do more exercises, you will understand why we have discussed so many things here. Because every activity which we represent, we record, is dependent on the settings we make at the time of recording. In HTTP script recorder also we had many settings, right? In Chrome extensions also we had many settings. So those settings defines what we represent in the script. And why we have to represent something in the script? We need to have control over the activity. So while recording, I can record with embedded resources, without embedded resources, with directs, without directs, follow read. Redirect automatically means it automatically redirects, but it will not specify to which URLs I have redirected. If you use follow redirects, to which all redirects I was directed, all that will be represented in the script. Okay. So just first we concentrate on this. We have counters. We'll call other many things. Then we will understand if and while today. More sometimes it is complex. If while things. So I'll take a break of 10 minutes. I'll be back. Okay. Okay. Okay, friends, I am back. We'll learn what counter. So in this exercise, we have learned defining some variables at the test plan level. When you define this at the test plan level, they will be available. Friends, I'm back. You're following me, right? I'm audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And because this is global level, so all the thread groups, all the samplers inside this, and any subsimple anything, wherever you want, the variables defined at the test plan level can be accessed. Okay. And see, one more thing, right click, add. In the config element, there is one CSV data set config, means I can fetch the data from external sources. We will see that later. There is one user defined variables. Click on this. So you can have at different levels user defined variables. I can add some variables here. CNAME. Intentionally, I am giving the same value. A CNAME. This is David. Add. City. Cust city. Say Hyderabad. Now, here, if I print CNAME, let us see what it prints. Okay. I am disabling this. So there is one JSR 223. I added this with intention that I am using CNAME from here. Now, observe this dotted line. Okay. So here in this, I am referring to CNAME and I am referring to my URL. Okay. I run this. I got David. I got David. So the latest variable definition will override the higher level variable. So here I can have, but you can see the other things like URL and all are referred correctly only. Okay. Understand this. So I can have user defined variables at various levels. I can have a user defined variable only for this sampler also. I can have here you can see for at the controller level. Understand step by step. It confuses you with more facilities. JMeter, so almost 30 years development is there in JMeter. Lot many things are there. Lot many requirements for performance analysis were implemented. Right. So see, understand the architecture. Now I have used the word architecture of JMeter, right? Means it was designed in such a way that it helps us in many ways of controlling the data. So we are having user defined variables at the test plan. We can also have user defined variables at various levels. See the dotted lines. Okay, I will explain you more about these dotted lines in the next, now in the following discussion. Do this now. Add these user defined variables also, and you are at any point of the time you can change the names. I can say this is I can say request level user defined variables like this. Print and see the effect. And you can, no need to explain that if I try to access city from here, it will not work, right? If I run from here, log.info, my city name is where's.get, what is the name? Of course, here I have defined here. Cust city. Okay, cust city. Run this. See, when I type this type of characters, if I type dollar, no, because dollar will be recognized as a parameter, it will throw errors. So don't use dollar signs like this, right? In the text, if you use dollar, it will throw error. You remember that. One more thing. See, my city name is Hyderabad. Now, same. If I copy this and put it in Control C here, that my city, that will not be available. Cust city will not be visible to this. Right? Of course, I should enable this. Enable, clear, run. How to recognize this? TG2. How come this is available here? That is because I am using this cache compiled script is available, and I will remove this. Thread group 2. Where is this test plan? My city, my user defined variable is in thread group. In thread group 2, I have added where's.getCity. During runtime, 1 minute. Remove this. Okay, now it is getting this value. If I use this as for commenting, control hold / same, you can comment like this. Log.info. It is local to thread group. I don't know. I have to check this, okay? Because because this has overridden this plan, that it is overriding. So once I execute this, it is overriding the test plan level. Test plan level, and C name is David. That is okay. And it has added one cust city, Hyderabad, that is available now. So it is available here. Okay, that's what I told you. It behaves differently. I'm expecting something. Okay, now note all these points. So how it works, based on that, we have to use this sampler. Okay. Okay. So here what we have, this one. Okay, no problem. Let's see. Now we will take another script. Right click on this. There is one config element counter. Okay, first I will add one simple controller. Under this, I add one config element. Counter. We can give a name to this counter. So counter one. And this counter to be saved in which variable? Now my count. I can give any name. So whenever we initialize a variable in the context of JMeter, that will be available by accessing using dollar or vars.get. So this my count. So what is the counter value? I will do this 1. Starting value is 1. Increment 1. Maximum value say 10. I can specify the number format, percentage, DD, like that with decimals. We'll see that later. And there is one checkpoint here, track count independently for each user. So I am not doing that, means this will be for all the users. Now, whoever, well, now what happens, the users will execute. Now there is only one user now, right? Now I will have one user, 5 loops. Okay, let us print this value. Add a sampler. Note this checkbox here, cache compiled script if available. So log dot info counter value is, okay, I'll say dollar curly brace my count. Okay, so I clear this. So one user, 5 loops. See, counter, what you expected? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it is using this cache. It is not updating. These are the points you have to remember. So I remove this so I can have the cache. When you have the cache, the variable for first time when it is executed, whatever value it got, it saves in that cache, and for the following statements, it gives the same value. There is a facility. Remove this. Clear. Understand. Now, let us have two users. 2 users, each user having 2 loops. Looping 5 times. Where this run? 7, 8, 9, 10 up to here. Okay, this is thread group 1 to 2, 1 of 1. Now, in the counter, there is track counter independently for each user. Means counting will be done separately for each user. Repeat this exercise. If you have any questions, you ask me. Very important config element counter.
What is the use of counter here?
There is a facility we will see now. Many in if while loops, for generating some usernames, passwords. So there is a facility where we can generate a counter whenever a user or in a loop that config element is touched. There is a facility. We can, because this is a tool. He has given us a counter facility. You can add this to generate dynamically some dynamic data. So user 1, user 2, user 3. Many facilities will be there. We will see that now. In while we need a counter, I want to count 5 times. So I can use the counter. I want to run conditionally. In the 6th execution, I would like to execute some other counter, some other logic. So for such purposes, we can use this. Basically, we have a facility called counter. We can count. Means users when it touches. Imagine whenever a user in a loop or any way, if he touches or encounters the counter, it will be incremented. How it has to be incremented, we have configured here. If I remove this maximum count, it will go indefinitely. And we can choose to increment separately for each user or for all together. Just execute. When we do some exercises, you will understand the usage of this. So define a counter. This counter is now at the simple controller level. Okay. Simple controller 1. Okay, first execute this, understand the counters. Add one counter, configure the counter, print the values, configure the counter for different users and for all the users.
Mastan, actually, I'm not
Yes.
getting this response window.
Which one? The down one? This one?
Down one.
You click on this yellow triangle is there in the upper right corner.
Okay.
This is a log viewer.
Uh-huh. Yeah, now I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you go to that counter once? I'm getting every time that counter value is 1 only every time. It is not incrementing.
That is because you are using JSR 223. You uncheck this cache.
Okay.
This box.
Still I'm getting only 1.
No, see, if I check this, now I get 1 only, like this.
Yes, I'm getting like
Uncheck.
this.
Uncheck.
I have unchecked it.
Clear it. Clear it.
Yeah, I have done.
Yeah, then you see, should get like this.
I have
And
cleared.
1
I have
minute, 1
unchecked.
minute. In the
Yeah.
counter, how you configure? Starting value 1. Have you given increment value?
Yes.
Maximum
1,
value?
maximum value 10.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And this you can check or uncheck it. Okay.
Checked it.
Now you check, it should work. Some mistake you might be doing. So here I am writing log info counter value my count. Are you using the name
Yes.
correctly? My count?
Yes. Yes.
It should work. You see, some mistake you might.
Okay, I will check. Yeah, now I got it. I
What
just
was the
say
mistake?
no, nothing yet. But just I saved it again.
Okay. Now
So why exactly we are using this counter? Can you repeat again?
nothing like that. There is a facility. For now, you understand.
Okay.
JMeter wants to give this facility to you.
Okay.
If you want, you can use it. Say some requirement will come later. There is a
Okay.
facility where when we are
Mhm.
executing, when we touch this config element, the counter will be incremented.
Okay.
And that will be saved into a variable.
Mhm.
There is need for this because many times when you understand when you try to create the script, sometimes some tracking one number is required, some tracking number.
Okay.
So they have added this in the config element.
Okay.
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 You understand, like he has added, it will be useful to you later.
Mhm.
Because a
Yes.
counter will be always, a counter is required, right, to track something. I would like to count how many times this script is executed, how many times this variable is updated. A lot of things will be there. So I need a counter. I can have
Mhm.
multiple counters. You add one more counter also, give some name and increment differently and see. You have added one counter, give a name. You add another counter. If I add here one sampler, sorry, not from thread to. See here. See, counter is the config element, right? That is available globally whenever. See, now here in this simple controller under this thread group, counter value is incrementing. That value I can access from here. Of course, that doesn't make any difference. This is equivalent to this only. You add one more thread group. Thread group. Inside this, add one logic controller, simple controller. So into this, you add copy and paste. And this is from thread group 2. JavaScript exception, no such property my count, because this is here. For this, my count value is, my count variable is not visible. Okay, now I do one thing. Now this is at the test plan level. So from another controller, counter value is 2, and group 2 counter value is 1. Why you have getting this from thread group 2? I have to print this. Number of users, thread group. This is at the counter level. Counter value is 1. Okay. That is the reason why I give some, otherwise the message will be lost, because this thread group is running once, it got the value, it printed simply. Now if I run this multiple times, let us see, if I run this multiple times with loop count, fine. From thread group to counter value is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is getting updated now. It is getting the value. See, like this, I have the flexibility of adding in so many combinations. Understanding will become very complex. Okay. Basically, now what you have to understand here is one counter value. Earlier we had at the controller level. I can have multiple counter values also. So I can specify this with the different names. I can name this as counter value, counter at test plan level. Okay. This also I can have. Okay. If I have the same name, this variable will override the previously set variable. So I can give the different names. I can have multiple counters. Okay. For now, you understand, you can have the counters. It increments. When it will increment? Whenever a user executes it or touches it or executes it, the counter will be incremented according to the just practice. I'll give some time. If you have any questions, you ask me.
Suppose in counter, if we added maximum value as 20, okay, and in the thread group loop count we mentioned as only 5, so it will run.
Maximum it will go, then come back. Check that.
Sorry,
it will go to the maximum counter value. Then it will get initiated and it will go from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this. Thread count is more, looping is more, and the counter maximum value is less. After reaching to the maximum value, it will start over again. See, for example, I make this 3. Maximum value is 3. Sorry, not this here, because I disabled that. Maximum value is 3. Okay. See, it happens like this. Go to maximum and reset it to 1 and it will go back. Got it, right?
Yeah, got it, got it.
In the counter, I'm getting the result like counter value is 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. It's not coming like 1, 2, 3.
Because you have added 2 counters, right?
I have added one counter and other one I have kept disabled.
Okay. So what you have added here?
So in the thread group, I've added 3 users, loop count 1, simple controller, and 1 JS223.
Hmm.
And in the counter, maximum value is 4. Increment
Okay.
1 and check the track counter independently for each user.
Okay. So here instead of getting counter value 1, you are what you are getting 1-1 or something like that.
Yes, yes, one because I have added 3 users,
That is,
1,
that
1,
is
1, 2, 1, 3.
thread group 1 user. This is about this thread group 1 second user. This is the meaning of this. Are you looking for this? These values?
Yes, yes, it is looking like this 1, 1, 1, 2.
No, no. This is actually. Are you printing any function like thread group number or something? You use anything? Nothing, na?
No, nothing
Show
extra.
me your screen. Share your screen.
I'll share. Is it visible?
Now it is visible. So you have 2 thread groups, it seems. Okay, 1 thread group you have disabled. So in the thread group, you are having 1 user only, and you are not looping also. Okay, then show me the counter.
3
Where is the
users are there.
counters? Now users you incremented, I think. What is the counter? 111. What is the name of the counter? My count. Okay. And JSR 223, 223. Color that is not visible. Okay. Some dollar my count. See here, it is not printing the value, no? Where is
Yes.
that value we are printing? Where is the value? Nothing. You are not messaging that. Log info. It is here in the thread group. Counter is also there. You are not printing at all.
Where should I put it?
That sampler, I think you disabled. Something is there. See, that is inside below the sampler. In the thread group 2 below, you enable that. Above that, yeah. Enable. Now it works. Because you added as a child to the sampler that JSR2 timer. That is JSR 233. What you named it as timer? Huh? Okay. You have added JSR2 timer. Why you have added JSR2 timer? Use sampler, no?
So I should rename it, right?
You named it, no? Okay, no problem. Name can be anything. Now run it and see. Is it printing? Some errors are there. You check it now. Scroll up and see. Some errors are there in the log message. It might not be in double quotes, enclosed. Some script error is coming. It has printed. Some script error is there because your screen is not clear. Is my screen also visible like this only to you?
No, no.
Okay.
Script did not return a value.
Some
Script.
coding error is there. You check it.
Go to
Actually, I was getting this coding error here also, so I disabled it and created a new JS223.
Where's dot put you are having, where's dot get, the variable name in where's dot get should be as a string, and the enclosure should not be curly braces, it should be normal braces. Check it. I
Which
am
line?
just where's dot get. Well, you have to enclose in normal braces. It's normal braces only, no? It's not clear to me. It should not be curly
It's
braces.
no, it is normal braces only, parenthesis.
Normal braces only. Okay. We are using log.info, log.info. You have printed this, and it is a simple controller. And your counter is at this sample controller level. You are having sampler, and what is this timer? Below that you're having something. Yeah, what is that? Click on that. You delete this. We don't want this. Remove. Now JSR counter is there. Now run it and see. Still errors are there. Your statements are not clear. You might be having some double quotes, closing problems, brackets. Check it. Click on the JSTAR 223 sample again. Click on that. See log.info.
Just put it here if it is not visible.
Say log.info. So here log.info. Customer name is this name really exists there? This variable, check it.
Yes, I put it there.
Where it is defined.
Name, my URL, CNAME.
That's okay. But here you are referring to name, no?
Name, my URL.
Where you have name. Don't add now. You are adding now. Now it works.
Let me see if it works.
It works now. It is you are referring to a variable. Another is my URL. Another is CNAME. Another is there should be three variables: CNAME, name, and my URL.
Yeah, CNAME, my URL name are there. Let me see if it works now.
Yes. Okay. It's working.
Yep, it's working. Thank you.
Yeah.
I've stopped sharing.
Visible my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Now you got some idea about counter. Okay. It confuses you a lot. Prepare for that. Now.
what is that number format in the counter?
So you have to like with decimals with three digits 001 like that. I just forgot
Okay.
that counter configuration. You see just once 1 minute. Go to the help. Because if you want to 3 digits, now we are getting 1, 2, 3. Now you want to get 001, 002, something like that. Just config elements counter like this number format 000 format optional format 00 will format like this. This is passed to decimal format. So any valid formats can be used. If there is a problem interpreting a format, that is ignored. The default format is generated using long to string.
Okay.
Give this 0, 0 and see, it will give 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3 like this.
Okay.
Default is, I think, optional format. Example. This is passed to decimal format. This is open
Yeah.
source. You have access to all. What it is printing now?
I have added 5 zeros in the number format. So in the output, I got 401.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
001,
will
002.
give here, yes, 4 zeros.
Yes.
Where I
So
have
in this
added.
case, we will get 301.
No, I will add to this counter test plan. 0, 0. Okay. That's all. Now, simple controller, loop controller. Once only controller also we tried yesterday, right? If you put counter in once only controller, what happens? You tell me. Put the counter in once only controller, because the counter will be executed only once. The value will be stayed there only. It will not get executed. Okay. So many things are there. Transaction controller we have seen. Runtime controller. Random controller, random order controller. Random controller means if any requests are there in the random controller, they will be picked randomly and will be executed. Random order controller means if 4 requests are there, request 1, request 2, request 3, request 4. So in every time it randomly executes all the requests. But here randomly it picks a request. Test this claim. Do it yourself. I am not showing you. See in the help what it has mentioned, because there are so many controllers. One by one you cannot. So you should go by the requirement. There are controllers where we can control the activity. So here logical controllers, random controller. What is the random logic controller? Acts similarly to the interleave. Interleave is very complex. I will explain you after later. Not complex, it will do like this, like interleave. One he will execute here, outside while it will execute. It takes some time. Except that instead of going in order through its subcontroller. So first you try random order controller. You create a new test. You are a tester now. I have claimed something. In the random controller, they will be executed randomly. In the random order, all will be executed in different order. Claim this. You have now log. Think now how to test this. Then you will understand like how to refer to the help. You will struggle to implement these because you know JSR 223 is there. You can give logs and see, or you can give the names to the samplers and see how they are executing. So the exercise is I am claiming random controller means it picks a value randomly from the requests under that controller. Random order controller means all will be executed in different order. Check this claim.
Once only controller, when I added this counter in the once only controller, so it is executed only once.
Yes, so counter value will be once for other loops also.
Yeah, even if I added the increment and I have added maximum value, still it is executed only once.
Yes, say when I started talking about counters, I said like touching means execution. Now in the once only counter, that counter will be touched by any of the user only once only.
Okay.
So whenever user touches it, it increments. Remember like that. Okay. But again depends on the value. In the counters, we are having track counter independently for each user. So each user, when he's running in the loops, whenever he touches in the loop, and now this execution of the loop may depend on the if conditions. Right? We will come to that if condition. Conditionally, if I execute a counter, then the increment will not happen. So remember, when there is a counter, it will not get incremented. When there is a counter, it should get executed. It should be touched. Then it will be incremented. So whatever value is there, that will be there globally available for all who are in that scope. So scope is important. The other discussion is that let us do it quickly, scope also, so that you have time of 4 days. I think we are having gap. You can think about how it is getting executed, right? You will get an overall picture. Many things we will again can cover on the next session, but I will try to give maximum inputs so that you may find time. So you can think about these things, right? Why we are having off on Monday and Tuesday? Is there any festival on that day?
No,
Hello?
we are not aware. We are not aware.
Okay, because Monday, Tuesday, we are not having class.
Correct.
Yep.
Something Rakhi Purnami, something like that is
No,
there.
no, no, no.
That's on 19th.
Okay, then why
Yeah.
we are not having class on Monday, Tuesday? I doubt it. I don't
We
know.
are not sure.
Yeah, we are not aware of that.
Okay.
Maybe
Then,
they
no.
want to give a break to all of us.
Why we are running half day? Because after 4 days, no, many concepts you will forget if you don't practice.
Correct.
Because this is first of all online session. Just sitting and listening is very difficult. We are not having interaction, right? So now you are all a bit active now because of counter and some coding. You are seeing some coding, right? Many are responding now. So okay, we don't know why they have given the gap.
You can give us some assignments, basic assignments also.
Yeah, I'll give
To-
today because I
Today
gave
only,
you
yeah.
yesterday the precise controller. Have you worked on it? Precise throughput controller. Yesterday I have given you an exercise. Try to understand precise. Today I will give you on interleave. You understand interleave controller. So basically here you have to understand how to use JMeter. JMeter is a tool. That usage of that JMeter depends on your requirements, your objectives. So you have to think what in performance analysis, what type of data we have to collect, what that data should reflect, right? And that data is related to the operating system or related to the application related counters or metrics, why you have to collect, when you have to collect, how to configure. You have to imagine these things. But most of the times when you really work in the project on instructions from your stakeholders, then you will appreciate JMeter, and also you see the limits of JMeter, right? So JMeter from 3.0, because earlier to 3.0 it was inferior to many tools, but from 3.0 it is giving us like almost many facilities. It is stabilized. So many are using JMeter. They are preferring because this is free. Okay, except those graphs, view results, and all, they will not be good. But still, this can be integrated with Grafana, with Prometheus. So when this load is getting generated, we can integrate this with Prometheus and we can collect the metrics. Okay. Okay. Now, what next? You just tell me now what is random controller and random order controller. Check it. We have again regular expressions. If I show you, just see, like you plan and execute. So random. See, I'm showing you random controller. You do for random order controller. In the random controller, under this, I am having this the sample 1, sample 2, sample 3. I execute this. 3, 2. Outside one is always executed. The internally it is randomly. Whenever a user tries to run this from this grouping, one will be executed. That is a random controller. Now you tell me what is random order controller. Question comes again, like you asked why the counter is. You can ask why this also. You will come across based on because randomness we need for statistics purpose. So you may have different logic. For learning purpose, I have just added JSR 223. So each can be a different controller with different logics. Okay. So you want to behave randomly. So you want to execute logic, random activity. So this. Okay. What is random order controller? Do it fast. So why I gave this exercise? You have to go refer to the JMeter. Then you have to think how to add the random controller, how to actually check the behavior of this. Somebody told me like this. So you will get some thinking. Quickly do it. What is random order controller and what is controller? I think by now you have understood, but implement that and see. Okay. So basically that random order controller, it will execute all which are present in that, but in different orders. That is the thing. That's all. But telling is easy, but if you see order is different, I'll execute this. Order is different. Order is different. Okay. Because our analysis depends on statistics. Statistics, guys, they need randomness. So JMeter is providing us with these facilities. Okay. Now, what are the other ones? Random transaction, runtime controller. What is throughput controller? You tell me. Understand throughput controller. See from the help, what is throughput controller? Throughput, somewhere we have used throughput again. Somewhere throughput controller, throughput control. Means we control the activity again, right? So add it. So throughput controller can yield very complex behavior when combined with other, not only throughput controller, all controllers can be combined with all the other controllers. It will give you very complex behavior. Understanding will be very difficult. Okay. So you can have percentage mode also. So it will allow only that number of users to get executed. Okay. For percent execution mode, a number from 0 to 100 that indicates the percentage of times the controller will execute. 50 means the controller will execute during half the iterations through the test plan. So this again depends on, say if you have 100 iterations, 50% of the iterations only it will execute. Okay. Indicate the total number of times the controller will execute. If checked per user will cause the controller to calculate whether it should execute on. Okay. You execute and see. You try this exercise, all complex only. For me also, like I have to think how to demonstrate. Okay, do it. So I see I can change the controller also. I think yesterday I have shown you. I make this as a simple control. Okay, this facility was not there in older versions. So now in the throughput controller, so I will give this as total executions. Okay, so total executions throughput is only 3, sorry 2, and thread group loop count is 10. So 10 times the whole thread group will run, but this throughput controller, I will add another one. Okay, under this add one simple controller. Under this add one sampler simply. this is confusing me. I disable this. So thread group is having 10 loops. Okay. And this throughput controller is configured total executions. Only throughput is 2 per user. Okay. Now run this. X delete. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. See, it has to, so out of total iterations, this throughput controller will run only 2 times. Okay, this for example, if I am having 10 times, I disable this. Disable. So now actually how many times it has to run? 10 times. Okay. And so I am running this. But this throughput controller restrict this to run for 2%, 2 times of the total 10 times. Okay. So I run this. That's okay. 10 iterations are there. Out of this executed only 2 times. If I can give the percentage also, if I give here the percentage, so I'll give here percentage 40. Out of 4 times it will execute. Four times. Now, still to get the clarity, I will add one simple controller, save in the thread group. So now I have added here one JMeter. This will run 10 times. Enable. This throughput controller, whatever is there in this will be executed out of total executions according to our configuration. So this is simple controller. This is throughput controller. So this should run 10 times and this should run 20% of the total iteration, 40% of the total iterations. Okay. See, this JSR sample one, how many times? 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. HTTP request 10 times. You understand? That is why I gave you this as an exercise for you. If you think and do, you will understand many things. Try this, understand what is throughput controller. Then I'll go for if controller. So once only controller you have understood, throughput controller you have understood, loop controller you have understood, runtime controller you have understood, random controller, random order controller, interleave controller we will understand later, transaction controller also you have understood. Now we learn if controller, these interleave controllers and many other controllers are there. We will learn. We are continuing if controller. We will see if controller. But first finish this. Understand, controllers are to control the activity. Simple controller, no functionality. Other controllers are having some functionality. Looping means whatever is there, it runs that many times. Once only, runs only once. Throughput, out of all the iterations in the test plan, through how much it has to run. Runtime controller, how long we have to run. Random controller, randomly picks the values. Random order controllers, whatever is there in that controller, the children request, they will be randomly executed. Interleave also, if you have multiple controllers, one from one, and it executes then outer side, then inner side, outside, like this. We'll see that later. Now, if controller. To run something.
I have a question here. Just can you
Yes, please.
explain the difference between loop controller and throughput controller?
Looping is how many times it has to loop.
Yeah, whatever we have made it. So throughout in the under the thread control, we have thread group, we have 4 users. So 2 times, like 8 results will get under the view results, right?
Whatever
8
configuration you
times.
have done for the looping. If you say looping, every user will execute that part of the controller according to the settings. 2 or 3, right? If you have 3 users and loop, there is a loop controller with 2, that loop controller, whatever is there inside that controller will be executed 2 times by every user. 3 users means every user execute that content inside this loop controller that many times. So 3 users, 2 times they execute. Understood or confused?
Yeah, I got it. Just confusing between throughput and looping.
This loop controller is okay. Throughput means how much amount of the total. See here, total is 10. Total is how many? 10. Out of this, what should be the throughput for this controller? I gave 40%. Total how much? How many times it has to execute actually according to this setting? 10 times, right?
Right.
Yes.
10 times. Out of this, 40% only this activity should get executed.
So only
How
4
long
times it
that-
will execute.
4 times.
Huh? Now you tell me. Now I gave 2 users. What is the total? 20. Now, how many times this should get executed according to this setting?
8 times.
50% will be 10 times, and then 40% will be less than that, 8 times.
8.
Yes, yes. Check it. Check yourself. You have to
So
practically-
ultimately, I can, if I want this 8 times, so just for sampler 1 only, I can put the looping count as 8 only. So it will execute the 8 times that also.
But I want to have throughput now. Now see, this one time I have said, now I made this 3 now. I'm changing, throughput will change, right? But loop will be that many times only. Out of 30, 40%. Out of something this much. Looping is not dependent on another thing. Looping is directly how many whatever times you have specified, that many times it will execute. Throughput is out of how much. So I'm having now 30, 40% of 30 means how much? Calculate.
12.
12. So it is dependent on some other thing. I can have multiple users now, 10 users. And here 100. Now I can change it. Out of 1000 iterations, 40%. How you control this with the loop controller? So when I'm changing this total, this is getting affected. Loop controller means if you had loop controller with 3, so 3000 times that part will be executed. Here percentage of the total. I think you can understand if you think.
Yeah, it is good for the large configurations like large number of users and threads and all.
Then basically dependent on the total. Out of total withdrawals, I wanted to have 20% logins only. I want to have that type of scenario. Got it?
Mhm.
Total withdrawals 1000. In this 30% login activity means each user is doing multiple withdrawals. So I want to simulate logins only 30, but withdrawals 100. So out of 100 withdrawal activities, the total resources consumed for login is 30%, like that. Of course, more I talk, it will confuse you. I think you got some idea.
Yeah, I got idea. Thanks.
Yeah. Now, if controller. Conditionally, I want to execute something. So if counter value is 3 only, I want to execute something. Try to do this on your own. So you have counter value up to 10. You want to give a message only for counter value number 3. Give the message. Do it. Try yourself. Idea is simple. That's what I wrote here. While the main idea is pretty simple, there are many questions and issues around this controller. From 3.0, earlier this much complexity was not there. After they introduced JSR 223 and other things, a lot of behaviors changed. We will be doing this very important controller. Of all the controllers, this controller is very important because conditionally we can control. Okay. Now, I will come back to this after doing some exercise, right? So, if controller. New. Thread group. I add one counter. Increment. Okay. I'm not specifying maximum value. Here I say my count. Okay. Here I will increase this to 5. Now I add one logical controller, if controller. If dollar my count is equal to 3, I want to do something. Right click, add 1. Log.info reporting from third count. So outside this also I will have one log.info dollar my count Okay. Okay. Run this. Any errors, some errors are there where log info. Okay. Is there the counter? So my count value is not visible to this. Okay. So it is at the counter level. We are incrementing this many times, same user. So counter is outside. I put this inside. Okay. We execute this. Well, where is some error? Multiplication, complication, unexpected character. Double quotes. Here double quotes is not there. Okay. And here double quotes is there. I remove the cache. What is the error it is giving? Log info, unexpected input. What error I have done?
You have put a curly braces at the end instead of normal brackets.
Okay, sorry. Okay, here. Okay. Yes. And see, counter value, it is printing, right? This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it is printing. But I am having here in the controller, okay, my count equal to 3. I am removing this because if I check this box, I have to use JavaScript or Groovy or something. I remove this. Now this will be interpreted by default as JavaScript. Okay, I encounter this. See, reporting from third count. Just do this, understand. So many issues are there. I'll explain you. Here, interpret condition as variable expression means it will not by default interpret this as a JavaScript. If I uncheck this, this will be interpreted as a JavaScript and the result should be true or false. If I check this, then I have to use JavaScript function or Groovy function or JSL function. For now, you do this, right? But for performance, he says that use interpret condition as variable expression. We will come to that. But add this one counter I have added, incrementing by 1, and one JSR sampler outside the if controller to print all the values of the counter. Conditionally, if the counter is 3 only, I will print this message. Do this. Uncheck this cache combined because for multiple iterations, it will use the same value. Okay. Uncheck this. And also in the if controller, you uncheck this box, add this. You are able to run conditionally. Basically, whatever condition you add, that should get evaluated to true or false. You print the messages for 4 and 5. Counter 4 and 5, you print the message. So the message is wrong. I have changed this to this greater than 3. You can have multiple conditions also using ampersand or okay. Now so there are many parameters in the if controller. Okay, what are these parameters? One is name of the if controller. Like for any sampler in JMeter, we can give the name. You also can give the explanation, right? The field that you can use to include a discrete explanation. A condition might become very complicated, and it's useful to leave such comments as a reference. You should know like why, because we can use JavaScript, Groovy script. The condition should a lot of logic will be there. So you should write why this if what if this if condition is there. So expression, whatever expression you write must evaluate to true or false. Like we have written my counter equal to 3 or my counter greater than 3 or 4, something like that. A condition that is verified by the execution flow to decide if the children elements, this thing you might not have observed. Controllers, like simple controller, what it will do, it will group some samplers. So unconditionally, all the samplers will be executed. We have learned throughput. It also will have the samplers, but how it has to get executed. Random controller there, random order controller. Basically, those controllers control its children. So controller will have children, which represents some activity. So how those children should get executed, how those child requests should get executed. So here, whether here in the if condition, whether the child request should get executed or not. A condition that is verified by the execution flow to decide if the child elements should be executed or not. By default, note this point. You also write this. Very important. The condition is interpreted as JavaScript code that returns true or false. You should not forget this. By default, the condition is interpreted as JavaScript that returns true or false. So $my count is equal to 3 is interpreted as JavaScript code. There is another condition, interpret condition as variable expression. Means when you choose this, it will not by default interpret that as a JavaScript. See, when this parameter is selected, the expression will not evaluate as JavaScript code. So maximum the default mode takes and interprets as a JavaScript code. Okay. Now, but if you select this parameter, interpret condition variable parameter, then no JavaScript interpretation will be used and the condition will be treated like a JMeter variable. Okay, then J-meter variable means you have to evaluate it. By default, JavaScript was evaluating my condition to true or false. Now, if I check this box, it will be treated as variable only. Now, I have to evaluate using JavaScript or Groovy or whatever it is. This thing I will explain you. All children, that evaluation will be done for all the children. Now, go back. See here. If I check this, this will not be evaluated. We have to evaluate. To evaluate, we are having some functions. JavaScript function. See. To any variable, how we are referring? Variable. We are using dollar curly brace, something like CNAME. We are having functions. Many functions are there. They are called JMeter functions. One function is there, dollar underscore underscore double underscore. All the functions are referred using double underscore. Camel case is there. Thread number. Whichever thread number you are executing, this variable, this function will give you the thread number. You can use this later. Dollar. If you want to, you execute something in JavaScript. Okay. JavaScript. Camel case. You can have here. It will evaluate. Same you will use for Groovy. Okay. Now we will run this script. Many functions are there. We will be learning this in the later classes. I'll give you functions are there, properties are there, right? JavaScript properties. Classes are there. We will use this. Let us understand first JMeter related things. Now, if I run this will not be executed because if condition will not get executed. It has printed all if condition failed. So what we do is we use dollar curly brace JavaScript. Okay. Okay. Type this. So I have interpreted this condition. This is now simply a variable for me. Now those variable, everything is a variable. I have to execute this using JavaScript. Say camel case small j, s capital S, JavaScript. Now I am evaluating. This will return true or false. Earlier, it was directly JavaScript by default. It was executing. So I got true or false. Do this. I added one comment, some line. It won't work. Okay. Don't add any comments. Okay. Nowhere he has written, I struggled and struggled. Comment should not be there. Okay. So if you add some comments, it won't work. See, JavaScript is a function of JMeter. So the argument is JavaScript. So when you give this to the function, the JavaScript code will be evaluated. If you directly have the JavaScript, which can be evaluated to true or false, then you can uncheck that box, interpret condition as variable. Now execute both, okay? Just writing my count equal to 3, you should be you should execute if controller, and also by checking this box, interpret, and you have to execute. Friends, you are able to do? I am connected, right? Okay.
Yes, you are connected.
Yeah, yeah. You verify this both. Understand, make your own notes. Done? If the variable name is a string, you have to enclose both left and right side in double quotes. Even the variable name also have to be in the double quotes. For example, in the test plan, let us have something like this, a variable, and see my city is equal to, say, Pune. Okay. Now we use this. Comments are not allowed. Okay. I will create another group. Okay. Copy. string dollar double. See, I always forget my city. Okay. Dollar my city and I want to interpret this as a JavaScript interpreter, so I unchecked this. Okay, so what is there in this? Reporting when the city is Pune. Reporting when city is Pune. Okay, it's running sometimes. Now, if I remove this to Hyderabad or Chennai, that will not be executed. Do this. This as a string, this as a number. And if I interpret this, again it will not work. You know the reason. Try that. Check it. You are testers, right? You know how to execute test case. Dollar curly brace under underscore. For this, I have to check this. JavaScript bracket this one. Understand this, what is checking and what is unchecking this, what is interpreting as a condition. If you uncheck this, it will be evaluated as a JavaScript expression. Otherwise, you have to evaluate because that is a variable. This is the slide. Note this. Variables and functions are referred with dollar. Functions with dollar double underscore. Comments in condition will not work. Do not add comments. My observation. Okay. By default, the condition is evaluated as JavaScript code and checks for conditions. Condition is true or false. Okay. To compare string variable, both the variable name and the value should be enclosed in double quotes. Numeric variables can be without quotes. You can have multiple conditions. Basically, it should get evaluated to true or false. Use this. This is for OR and ampersand for AND operations. So you run when the counter value is 3 and city is not Chennai. It should work. Do this. If counter is equal to 3 and city is not Chennai. Implement this.
Hey, hi, Mastan.
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
you can you explain again about the counters and sampler, because I am not getting the values as expected. Like there is something wrong with whatever I have defined in the sampler or counter, I think.
Where you have placed the counter? Check it. See, my counter is here. I'll copy this. I will place it at the so what is the condition? This is okay. I'm not using any of the counter. I'm using counter here. Execute.
And what are we defining in the sampler?
Here,
Yes.
just I'm giving a message. That's because we have understood controller means it should have children, childs. So how to execute those child samplers will be decided by the controller. Now, if controller will have a condition, if that condition is true, then the childs will be executed. So what we did here is in the if controller, I am having a counter. Of course, in the thread group level, I am having the counter. Now, what I did was I can use directly $my count equal to 3 if I uncheck this. But if I check this, I have to use functions, JavaScript or Groovy or other functions are there. I have to use this. So to refer to functions, JavaScript functions. So JavaScript function names has camel case. So first word will start with small case. Then after that, capital case. So JavaScript. You might have done this mistake, one mistake. And again, these are two underscores, not single underscore. And referred as dollar, like we referred $my count in curly braces. Whole of this function is is added in the curly braces. And this is a function, JavaScript function. So JavaScript function arguments are braces, in braces. You might have done any mistake here. Check it.
Also, can you show what is the value in the thread group you have added?
Test plan. I have
Not
added
in the
one.
test plan. Thread group.
I'm incrementing counter loop. I'm going in loops because I want to increment the counter. Because my condition is if the counter value is 3. For that, I have to increment the counter. If I run only once, counter will be touched only once, so value will not go to 3. Say counter value 1, counter value 2, counter value 3. I did something. Counter value 3, counter value 4, 5. So in counter value 3, I printed something here. For that, I have to increment the counter. So to increment the counter, I have added a loop. So whenever a user touches this counter, it will be incremented according to the settings. So here in the condition, if the counter is 3, then I execute all the children of that counter. This is what I have done. This sampler is outside of the condition, so it is always getting executed. So this is printing counter value is 1, counter value is 2, counter value is 3. This reporting with city is Pune is this one. Okay. You try simple like if controller. First you try with only counter. Don't use JavaScript. Just $my count is equal to 3. Uncheck this box. Try that first. Got it? You're able to get the solution. You choose the behavior, you should get it. You don't go by the behavior of JMeter. Question is, I want like this. Then you use the features of JMeter. First, what you want, you have to decide. You use multiple conditions also. And or so if it is not Chennai, and if the counter value is 3, you have to print a message. if controller dollar underscore JavaScript dollar my count is equal to 3 and not equal to Chennai. Close the bracket and the curly brace. I think click on this, and okay. Okay. Now, if controller multi conditions. Reporting from if controller multi conditions. And you can use or also. If this is okay and this is okay, it works. Very important controller, friends, because you will be extracting the data from the response in API response or from anywhere in the HTTP, or so that you will save it a variable. Then you use that in the conditions. So if condition is if controller is very important. You can use Groovy also. I'll just show you. Separately we learn. Okay. So it's okay if you do up to here. Don't get confused. Finish this. Maximum you try. We'll do now while controller. Instead of JavaScript, you can use Groovy also. Okay. Because I will explain you what is Groovy later. Groovy. So it works. Huh? Groovy is a light version of Java. Okay. It will be a scripting only with Java syntax. Without any types, semicolons and all is not required. It is a light version of Java with the flavor of scripting language. That is Groovy. And you make a note when to check this and when not to check this, and also make a note there is a cache here. When you check this, the data will not be updated. Only what is there in the cache that will be used. So check and check this. We will see these parameters later. Okay, we can define the parameters. We will now finish the while loop. Any questions up to here, friends? I am moving to next topic. Hello, am I connected?
Yes.
My question is wrong. If I am connected, if I ask this also, I will not. Okay, if I am not connected, you will not listen. Okay, what are you doing now? Like doing this, you are clear with this if condition? Execute. I will give some more time. You should have a clear understanding of if condition. Now, while loop. In this while loop conditions also, comments should not be there. And uncheck, we will see that. Right click, add a thread group, add a simple controller. Add a while controller. Add a counter. Counter is a config element. Counter one value. Count. We can have multiple counters, right? While dollar my count is less than 4. Okay. Add log.info reporting from while loop for counter less than, it is less than 4. So and check this. Okay. So I also have for counter less than 4. Okay. Okay, run this. See, it is now infinite loop. Always there will be a chance that you enter into infinite loops with for loop. Stop this. Why? The counter should be, what is the counter? It is incrementing. Okay. While condition function or variable. So here again, it will not get evaluated to JavaScript. So you have to evaluate this, right? So this will not work. Okay, it is neither a function nor a single variable. So you can use JavaScript. We will use this. Okay. Unlike the if controller, which automatically interprets the condition as JavaScript, the while control expects it to be true or false. So it entered into this. So $_ JavaScript bracket open bracket close and curly brace closed. Any mistake?
Yes, the curly braces are not starting before
Yes.
JavaScript.
Yes. Now it's okay. JavaScript, this is this, and this curly brace is this. Okay. Still not getting evaluated. Why? JavaScript till it is less than 4. Put this here. What happened?
Where have we defined this my count variable? Is this like considering the counter?
Yes, we're constructing the counter.
So
See,
if we give a maximum value here, so will not that be considered as a condition to run the while loop?
no. See, this is only a counter configuration, starting value, increment value, maximum it can go up to whatever you choose. If I don't choose, it will go up continuously. There is no maximum limit. And the variable count, we will save into this variable, right? Now here in the while, I am having this Java less than, but this is a numeric value only. I'm just trying. No, some condition is not getting evaluated. Why? Counter is here. 1 minute. Counter is once I start the while controller, it will be in the while controller only. It will not be touching the counter. So do one thing. Yes. Okay. So the counter value, it is not visible to while. So I have added this C. While my count is less than 4, I am going in the counter. I'm incrementing the counter. When I touches this in the while loop, I increment this till it is less than 4. But less than 4, it is using less than or equal to 4. Okay, less than 4. 4 times it is printing. If I say 2, I'll do one thing. I remove this. I'll take the numerical value. Okay, the message is wrong. It is taking less than, even if I say, because it is evaluating. So first time what happens, it prints. Because for 1 and 1 only it is printing, but it is checking 2 times, right? So while controller, counter is 1. What is initially it is 1. So it has printed. Then it has incremented here to 2. Then it should fail. 2 only once. Okay, let us see. You understood, the counter is initialized to 1, but at that time the counter, it is not having the value of the counter, might be 0. So we came here, so it has printed, but now it has become 1, starting value 1, then went back, then it is less than 2, So it is printed, then it came. So it is 2 is printed. Okay. So counter is interacted, evaluated 2 times. Because when we start the while counter value is 0, then 1. So 2 times it is printing. We have to interpret like this. Good. Okay. Add this while controller. So one thing you have to remember here is you have to evaluate the variable. So there is nothing like default where this will be evaluated. So you have to use JavaScript or Groovy and you have to evaluate to the condition. Do it.
For
If they
the
are
while value with less than 4, I am still getting the continuous infinite loop.
that is what now you are check where the counter is. Check whether it is getting evaluated or not.
A
If the
counter, I
while
have placed it under while controller itself.
okay, and check the condition.
Condition also looks good to me.
If condition is not met only, it will go into infinite loop.
Count. Yes, condition also looks good to me. This is what I have pasted.
JavaScript, small j, capital S.
Oh, capital yes. Okay.
Camel case. Naming convention for this is camel case, Java camel case. So first word is small and capital S. Now it's running.
Let me check. It is running, but it is saying missing statement with some semicolon before the statement.
Missing statement means check in the sampler here. Because you are executing this one, no? Log info. Check double quotes there.
That's also correct.
How did you taken the counter ahead? Like it was earlier downside, right? And you have dragged it. How did you do that?
No, I have added. I have added at some other level. So I dragged inside the while.
Yeah, so how you dragged it? I'm doing it, but it's not happening.
I dragged outside now. See, it is here now.
Yeah.
Hold with the mouse, then bring it here. This you see one line is coming, gray color line.
Hmm.
So wherever it is, it will be added there. If I want to add under while controller, your underline that should come like this. Still, it is under.
Yep.
It is under while loop.
Yeah, it's
Now
done.
you can add. Yeah, you can add like this also. Yeah, like this. So you have understood something about if controller and while controller. Above all this, you understood the controller means in the body of the controller, we will have some samples. So the controller has to execute those samples. How it has to execute, we define the conditions. So with if and while conditions, we can decide whether to run the child samples under these controllers or not. Like this, we have understood many other controllers also. So these controllers, when they have some samples under its body, so we decide how to run them. That is the concept of controller. Okay.
My loop
So
is going to infinite conditions.
your condition is not satisfying that condition. You check it. I am running this. So this is your condition is wrong. That's all. You have this my count correctly. Name is correct. By count.
Yes.
My count is correct. And that is under while controller. Now,
Yes.
this is JavaScript underscore JavaScript. So whole is in the curly braces, dollar curly brace, curly brace.
Yes.
Then JavaScript is a function. It has arguments. As an argument, it is having dollar my count. My count also is enclosed in curly braces. See, this is also important. Variables and functions are referred with dollar curly brace. If both are strings, you have to enclose here in the strings.
Yeah, I did it same way.
Yeah, and my semicolon exception is also not getting resolved.
Semicolon, you can have it or without, don't put semicolon.
No, I have not put the semicolon, but I am getting that evaluator exception for the semicolon before the statement. I
For
don't know
that,
which
you
one
check
is.
whether double quotes you have closed correctly, double quotes.
Yes, I have done that.
Show me the screen or paste your code in the chat window.
Yeah, I am sharing my screen. Okay. So if I run this, I'm getting this, but before that I'm getting this error.
Where is that error actually? Check JavaScript. It said my count less than 4. Error processing. See here in this line, 4th line, 11th line. It says JavaScript error processing. JavaScript dollar. This thing is okay. And bracket closed. And dollar my count less than 4. Show me your counter.
Yeah.
Spelling is correct, my count.
Yes.
Spelling is correct.
Yes.
While counter. What is the JSR 233, 223? Log info reporting. Okay. Nothing is there, simple. So while counter condition only, it says why it cannot, or any spaces or something, click here, enter. No, delete there. Keep the cursor in the end and delete.
Okay.
End, delete. Okay, now run and see. So okay now?
No, this is still the same error.
The error is coming, but it is executing. Why is
Yeah.
the error here? You got it actually. While loop counter less than 4. That is only, no? This is okay.
Yes.
So the error is somewhere. Where was the error? It is saying before statement JavaScript evaluator expected missing semicolon before statement. Why? Semicolon is not required. Put semicolon and see. Let us see.
At the end?
Yeah, at the end. Run it.
It is going in infinite.
Stop it. Remove the semicolon. Why the semicolon is there? Some mistake will be there. Stopping test. Again, run it and see the error. JavaScript error processing JavaScript dollar my count less than 4. Curly brace is there. Bracket is there. JavaScript.
Should we put semicolon here and try?
No, JavaScript. No need actually. We have not put, no. Check whether yours is 5.6.3. Others also, okay, run it.
I'm getting
Yeah, it is 5.6. 3.